I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Good afternoon, everyone. I did, in fact, get a burger. I was even able to chew it, mostly normally. Which is the big surprise. Oh my god, it's FF-14's ship.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
We know how to fly this thing, right?
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
I'm muted. We literally just did this. Like, the pacing of this game is just getting worse the further we get into it.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. but the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
In simplicity, Baron, hard magic is defined and soft magic is not. That's really it. That's the distinction.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
300 years ago.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
I did eat quite quickly, yes, anapathetic. I was still late to get started, though. I was kind of in a rush.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass. denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danon. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Narrator. They had to fight someone while they were here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Okay. You know, the further into this we get, the more the Xenogears parallels continue. Oh yeah, I need to swap that around, don't I? Yes, but I don't remember what it was, Zach Taft. Owl. But I don't remember the words I gave. Oh my god. I've gone 10 feet, and there's another cutscene. This really is Xenogears. Come on, just be an establishing shot. Don't actually be a cutscene.
What in the world?
Ah!
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Credit where credit is due. I know Kay already pointed this out in chat, but I really like how the guy started up with the, "Oh, I can't believe you're hanging out with those people." But he didn't even finish the sentence. Dolim just shut him down immediately. "They're with me." And then immediately just goes right on to the next thing, right? That was nice. I like that. Not that I'm aware of, Blade Tyrval. The eye glow thing is obviously a thing you could tell, but that's only when you use arts, so...
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Yes, those people are simply... You can tell the lack of proper breeding simply by looking at them. Obviously.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
Do you want a list?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
What do you want to bet that the reason the other sovereigns haven't been working is because they literally just don't work? Like, I get the very strong impression that they made the artificial sovereign, this guy right here, but then, you know, stuff went wonky, we still don't know what. So they come up with this stupid Darwinian thing in order to try and replicate him. But each sovereign that actually gets up here is like, nah, pass. Alright, now, bonus question. How many of you think that the next boss fight is going to be like all the previous sovereigns amalgamated into one giant Resident Evil critter? We can now make a parfait! I like it, Kay. Wait.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you! I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
I mean, that would be appropriate and very on point for the kind of game this is. Only a Danon could ever be lord, or sovereign, rather. And like Junk Garage says, you know, naturally.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renin homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renin ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign, though it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Oh my god! Okay. I don't mind lots of cutscenes. Really, I actually don't. But can you say anything that isn't a repeat of information we've already either been shown or told up until now? Usually told. We just covered that 5 seconds ago. Okay, I'm cool. I need to deal with something super quick. I'm just gonna roam over here. Roaming. Okay. It was a fuzz. There was a fuzz on my light, and it was bugging me. It was either a bug or a fuzz. Oh my god, Jaded Font. Wait, do you think we need to go to the Forbidden Zone? But it's okay, because this woman said there's a way we could go to get to the Forbidden Zone. So we just have to go to... For real?
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Yeah, see, that's what irritates me so much. It's not like all the cutscenes are bad. Like, there's been some nuggets of good. In fact, I've already given a positive for this section. But I've also given a negative for this section. And it's just, oh my god. If this is another cutscene, I swear to Christ, I just walked 5 feet! I just walked 5 feet! You saw that, right? If the camera panned a few inches to the right, you would see the woman I was just talking to. Okay. Okay, I'm okay.
I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Okay. Okay, hold on. There! That woman! So it's a little more than 5 feet, but that's how far I made it, was from that woman with the little chat bubble over her head to here. I just... Oh my god. Another 15-minute cutscene? No, okay, hang on. Don't worry, these won't be voice acted. Who do I support? Erwolzi Tiddles. Teldeles. Erwolzi Teddles is Balsac's actual name. He is an aggressive person, but he looks after the members of his house. He doesn't enjoy much esteem.
Yes!
But he always stands up for those who would mean them harm.
Yes!
I owe so much for him. Right.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Oh yeah, you're right, dude, McGuy. Like I was telling my brother-in-law yesterday, this game is the Russianness, the seams are starting to show so clearly. Wow, it's actually literally repeat dialogue. And it's just, yeah, stuff like this. It's like, okay, well, we've got like I said, it's Xenogears, right? It's Xenogears. Well, we can slam everything in at the last minute so we finish the game at all, or we can pull the plug. I've been trying to share my appreciation. So she's a supporter of his house. I was planning to publish my extensive writings on this subject through this very terminal. Since the lines appear to be cut due to the tumult, I've been unable to upload them. There exists the most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed house Ilkaras. His name, Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion. His art, his great love. Scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy every night after dark. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in a new era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying his victory morning, noon, and night. What do you think? Oh, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must make time.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Oh, I hope I never get famous. Even after I conquer the world, I'm probably gonna use a proxy. Hey, you want a job, Hazardous? All you have to do is deal with that crap every day.
What?
Don't tell me you work for Lord Darlium or Lord Algerman. No! Oh. I come from a family that served House Valkyrius for several generations. I do all I can to support Ganabelt. Many think he's a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. This is the guy who established the soul-crushing, destroy-you-from-within society of the Second Area.
Mm-hmm.
Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interest front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegus, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way we'll become masters of both worlds and overturn our recent minority status. That's why he seeks to become next sovereign.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Right.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
No.
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Well, because you're Danans, obviously. You're not even a person. I bet you don't know which third fork you're supposed to use with the wine calls. It's savages, savages, barely even human.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
I remember an argument I heard once. Someone was saying, yeah, why would you mistreat someone else? And the response was, you wouldn't treat your dog well, would you? I'll let you process that sentence as much as you want to. Because there's so many things messed up with that sentence. And that particular stance.
Pardon me.
This area falls into the soldest jurisdiction of House Canerus. The esteemed Lord Lord Three Scenes. I urge you to listen well. Have you noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women have emerged complete? Some question why, but Lord Almedra quashed their doubts through sheer might, usurped her father and her previous family master, removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She will do anything to win. She is a woman of talent. No one in Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy than Lady Evil.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Do you not trust what the Sovereign's doing? I'll have you know, I was part of the delegation that came down with him during the previous contest. He was a brilliant man, just as good with the arts. I'm sure he's well aware of the situation. So yeah, the Sovereign's totes dead. Or worse.
Ridiculous.
I was just reading about Volrin.
Okay.
I was always a supporter of Lord Urwagil Hildress myself. Were it not for his sudden death, I still would be. He is the true Waterlord. I don't believe for a second he perished in some accident. As for how Volrin runs it, don't get me started. Yeah, sure, he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where victor goes the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Enslaving people who aren't us. Such an ignoble lineage I've never even heard of can produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship. It's unheard of. Ugh. I spit upon it.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Gannett Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us.
Yes, that's the problem, Alphen.
What I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one.
What?
I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust, as a fellow human being above all else.
I can't believe it. The fact that people aren't black and white and adhere to a single mentality purely because of the circumstance of their birth is insane.
What's this thing?
Clearly. Oh my god.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But If even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Yeah, we need to go to the Forbidden Zone, everyone. So, I think we should go to the Forbidden Zone. Now, I was thinking, on our path to the Forbidden Zone, our next piece of action should probably be to go to the Forbidden Zone. But first, let's talk about racism. And then the Forbidden... Oh my god!
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already.
She's short.
Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Okay, honestly, that was pretty mature of him.
That's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
She's just an idiot.
You're just a coward!
You can kill me later, I'm busy isn't a coward's commentary. You moron. Like, if we counted out seconds, I guarantee you you're right, Kay.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
We already knew this.
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
If you were, that would be problematic.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Hi, Wraith. Thank you for the sub, as always. I will jot that one down for Resident Evil 8. I mean, it helps that Dohalim is like just a shining light of goodness in this otherwise dreck. If I could just be blunt about this. Like, the only question right now is how many negatives this section is going to get. But again, at least Dohalim's legit, you know what I mean? And the way that, like I said, it's been reasonably mature the way they've been dealing with it. Welcome back, Triaxi. Who's ready for a cutscene? Here it comes. Here it comes. I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh, wow. I am actually astonished that we didn't walk in and get a cutscene. Okay, that's a funny one. So usually commands come down from on high and give them all orders and all that fun stuff. And they were thinking, well, maybe we should do something. But they decided not to because of the fact that if they decided to do something against orders, they might be punished for it because you never know who's watching. So they decided to sit there and do what they're told, which is nothing. Good afternoon, Walker. I hope your week goes better. Or it's worth it. Take your pick. Should've known.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renans sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
And yeah, obviously the game is hammering it in more and more the further we go in. But the rather overt oppression that the Renans live under is interesting. Really. Caste-based society, heavily hierarchical. They claim it's a meritocracy, but it's kind of more a meritocracy based on violence more than anything else. I mean, this place is messed up. Well, that means we're going to be fighting soldiers later, so that sucks. You need the Sovereign's permission to enter Starship. Yeah, interesting. Is question... Oh, yep, someone killed Question Bot. Who did it? Let's see. It was you, Trihexia! How could you? Yes, we do have a little bit of the Cardassians thing going on here.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Yeah, let me manage my ranch. Very important. I don't know why I'm checking. I haven't gotten anything new since the last time I talked to one of these. Not that I'm complaining, but I literally haven't fought anything. At all. One form of padding over the other, I suppose. I could see that, Yura. Oh, speaking of...
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Okay.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh!
I am Lord Dohalim of...
Hey, there's explosive ring.
I command you. Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Rain Alpha! Raining Strike!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Illuminate the door! What's this?
I know I called this like 5 seconds ago, but here we are. Gotta fight some soldiers. You know what soldiers mean? Armor.
In here! More resistance! I'm on it!
It's funny because my damage just substantially went up with that new art I just gained. And yeah, I am scratching the paint. Look at that. Look at that.
It's too strong. Be my guest.
I'll finish you here and now.
Good question, Pajamade.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
I got one of them. Not the second one. Yeah, I don't look like forward to fighting that thing.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Carve now!
Explosive ring!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Oh, that hurt. I did much less damage than I was hoping for how much health that cost me.
Sword ring alpha! Raining flash! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
We did it!
Oh, that was a lot of health.
Strike!
Listen, I'm pretty sure all the enemies are reskins at this point. Like, literally all of them. Except whatever bosses are coming out. Well, all the normal enemies, excuse me.
Strike! Eat this! Flew away! Raining flash!
Explosion!
You should have messed with me!
More with that! Rolling snap! A chain between heaven and earth.
Your ball! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
That's no ordinary.
God dang it.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! I see one, eh?
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Explosive ring!
Oh yeah, that hit literally nothing. That's perfect. That was a lot of... I'm never going to use that again on a trash fight, I don't think.
Illuminate the dark!
I'll run it!
God damn.
Illuminate the
You
dark!
can smell it to me.
Yeah! It's coming to me! I can do this all day!
That freaking does it!
It looks pretty cool. I'll give you that.
Dragon form! We did it! Flew away!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
There! One more! Magnet
You're mine!
Anything in armor is all
I'm gonna go with no, Pajama Day. I haven't seen anything other than the basic one so far.
Eat this! Try this!
Power of flame!
Tear you apart!
Heal!
So little damage.
Rolling no escape! Raining slash!
I mean, if nothing else, you'd figure that Law would have his, because I've been using his thing all the time.
All good things come to an end.
Next! You're mine!
What? You're sorry. Couldn't hear you. Oh my god. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Shortcake. I mean, I've been doing every camp cutscene I've been seeing, so I guess I just
This won't be easy.
haven't been doing enough.
Don't be such a pessimist.
Swallow dance!
You got spirit!
Wow! Oh my god! Okay, so in case you missed that, I sat there, charged the whole thing, lined it up properly, and then got knockbacked, interrupting me after my health was already all drained. That's impressively irritating.
Not today!
Now I'm real mad!
A chain between
Sword
heaven
Lane
and earth.
Alpha!
Radiant? A wailing
Raining
Banshee
slash!
of lightning! Let me help. First
Blow
aid!
away!
My savior!
Raining slash!
Moving hurricane!
Here I come!
Watch me!
Dragon
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Nicely done.
What do I have right now? Ah, penetration and down damage. Now we'll see what we get.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Wait, hold up. I'm supposed to be going to the Forbidden Zone? Why didn't anybody tell me?
No backing down!
Okay, so one enemy. Surely I can manage this.
Here's a healing arc!
Dragon Swarm!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Explosive ring! Dragon Swarm!
Not really.
Here's a
Raining slash!
healing
Sword Lane Alpha!
Now I'm in the groove!
I'm only getting started!
Raining slash!
Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Blew away!
Out without a trace!
I'm on! This one's all mine!
Illuminate the dark!
Rip and tear!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Hey, everybody. Can we just, like, stop shouting all our combat stuff? Actually, real talk.
Thanks, Kitara!
I get that the whole audio spam is kind of one of the Tales of series' hallmarks, but it would be extraordinarily easy to fix. All you'd have to do is have a toggle for in-combat, mute voice, out-of-combat, unmute voice. That's it. It'd be something that would be extremely easy to program. And I cannot believe they don't have an option for that, they've never occurred to them to make an option for that in these games.
Myself together!
Dragon Swarm!
Getting started!
Raging!
Sword Lane Alpha! You're mine!
All good things come to an
Try
end.
harder! My turn!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Super Swallow Dance!
A wailing galleon roar!
Here I come!
Annihilation! Morphin
What's
Shock
this?
Pile! Here's a healing arc!
Blew away!
First aid!
Thanks!
A chain between
You're
heaven and
finished!
earth!
Armor
Hear
won't
my
save
call.
you!
Spread!
Time to let it rip!
Here, let me
Dragon
help.
Swarm!
Now I'm in trouble!
Raining slash!
I'll heal you all! Hit!
Sword Lane Alpha!
Illuminate the dark! Magic
Dragon
is
Swarm!
Holy Lance! A chain
between heaven and earth.
Circle! Raining slash!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Yeah, exactly, Dude Mackay. That might take a little bit more coding, but would be very welcome.
Denied! Lumination!
Take this! Strike!
Thunder field!
Raining slash!
Just getting started!
Eagle do it! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw!
They really made us work for that one.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Will this help?
Eat this!
I never miss!
I'm not done! Take this!
Here's a
Blow
healing
away.
arrow! It's like trying to keep up with a wave!
Powered Hurricane!
Radiant Pierce! Thunder Field!
Dragon Swarm!
in the glue!
Try this!
I'm out of ammo!
Explosive Ring!
Between heaven and
Do
earth!
it! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Watch and
Dragon Shout! Here I come!
Lightning!
Take it!
Vanish without
Dragon
break!
Swarm! Hurricane! Try harder! Not a chance! Dragon Swarm won't save you!
I can handle it! One more! Do it!
Raining
Illuminate
Slash!
the map! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Radiant
I'll finish you here and now!
Whirl!
Talon Storm!
Puddle!
Here I come!
Water!
Raining
Hear
Slash!
my call! Here goes!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Chain between heaven and earth! And again! Do
I'll
it!
tear you up!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Nah, that would have been amusing, Bragman.
I need to be stronger.
Right, I was actually going to do something there. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it is definitely weird, DJT, because you're right, the purple enemies are easily the worst ones we've encountered so far with regards to that nonsense. Like, these things have too much health, and they do. But other than the mini-boss enemies, that's nothing compared to the crap in that stupid frickin' fortress.
I've got a really bad feeling about this! By the power of flame! Illuminate the ground! Holy land!
I'm going in!
A wailing banshee
Raining
of
Slash!
fire support!
Now you see what I can do!
Magna Ray!
Blow away!
Annihilator!
Raining Slash!
Power of flame! A wailing banshee of lightning!
First strike!
I never miss!
I'll finish you here!
You should be high 30s by now.
Take Bolero! Death Blossom!
Here! Redwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Swallow Dance! Dragon Swarm!
Here!
Dragon
Line
Swarm!
between heaven and earth!
Damn it!
A wailing Banshee of lightning!
Lightning Slash! Flew away!
Here! Get him!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Illuminate the top astral energy!
Say no more!
Water, hear my call!
Fang Blast!
Hot bread!
Take this!
Illuminate
I'm
the
not
dark!
done! First strike!
Holy glimmer! Holy
Lightning Slash!
between heaven and earth!
Sword Rain Alpha!
A wailing
I'm on it.
Banshee of lightning!
Dragon Swarm! Here I come!
I'll be
I'm
saving
not done!
Sword!
Dance!
Lunar corruption!
Eagle
Watch
Assault!
Hit!
But I deliberately didn't use a flaming sword attack there to kind of make the point. I think that they're just not as padded as the previous enemies were, which is good. Now I'm about to fight 5 armored enemies, so this should be fun.
Bring them down! My shield!
Get up! Lazy sack of crap.
Take down their defenses! Storm!
Did not do the damage it should be doing.
Don't leave! Say! Blow them away!
Here, let me help. Here goes!
Watch this!
Here's the illuminate the blah 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 magic! I'll heal you while we land!
Blow away!
Between heaven and earth! Healing circle! A wailing banshee of the here! Lord of the stockpile! I'll heal you all!
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember any of the gameplay of Legacy of Kain. So I can't actually answer your question, I'm afraid, Trax. Hope you enjoy the game overall. Fight issues. Next positive and all that.
Sword Rain Alpha! I'm not done! Watch this! Sword Rain Alpha! Lightning Slash! You're mine! These fists have got your name on them!
Now!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Oh, I've got all the art set up in my second set of Pajama Day. Just all of them. It's infinite arts. The whole way now. It's just...
I can become even stronger!
Like, I have an art that lets me use other arts. And then I use that art to use other arts, and I just layer it forever. We got through that whole dungeon without a cutscene. I'm actually impressed.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Hear, think, feel.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other.
So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Okay, this is definitely the last dungeon.
Sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Unlike the previous last dungeon. Or the next last dungeon. This is definitely... This is it. This is the last dungeon. We're gonna make it happen. Don't worry, we're not even beating the game today. That'd be nice. But that's not happening. There's no way. I mean, either we've got another fake out coming, or we are actually coming up on the last dungeon. It's one of the two. Hi. Nice eyeballs.
Varia, how did you get in here? Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Swear to God, if it's another behemoth enemy, I'm gonna scream. Oh my God. Is it something slightly different? I think it is.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Alright, let's see how much HP it has.
What?
91,000. It's not fun. Worse than that already.
That looks suspiciously like a master core.
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogle, then we get some answers.
Aim for their weak spot.
All
finish you here and now.
Chain between heaven and earth.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down.
All finish you here and now.
Healing circle.
I'm on it.
Is he gonna heal me? Different 14 all over again. Heals!
Sleep now. Radiant. I'll be taking this one.
Take this.
Radiant. By the power.
Now I'm real mad.
Sword Lane Alpha.
Hello, So Aaron. Welcome to the stream.
You're finished.
So the healer is just in T-pose. That's exactly what's happening here.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Of course, does like scratch damage. I'm actually just joking. So you notice I already switched most of my people over to doing things that do light damage. Oh, that hurt. That was actually a bit of a hunch, which has so far turned out to be correct. All the enemies are all weak to light because they're all dark aligned, because that's what Rena is. So
Here, let me help.
I'm actually rather amused by that. Can I please? Thank you. I was gonna say, you gonna heal me?
I can carve through armor.
I'm all stocked up.
Now, call it freely.
Take it down.
Dragon Form.
Magic is there. Holy Lance.
Explosive ring.
You get the gist. Healing circle. In here.
Need to pull my...
I'll finish you here and now.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Flew away.
Oh, I know, right, DirectD? The audio span is real in this game. Like, at a certain point, you just sort of mentally drown it out. Until you start to try and talk while it's happening. That just reminds me all over again.
It's about to strike hard.
Look sharp, everyone.
Mega ray. Holy land.
You're mine.
I'm on it. A wailing banshee up in here.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Dragon Swarm.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
You're mine. Sword Lane Alpha.
That's freaking
Ready to rock.
Mega ray.
Blew away.
Eliminate this
No
wall.
escape.
I'll heal the wall. Deliver. Holy land. Here, healing circle. By the power of flame. In here. Powered up. I'll be saving this
I'm
one.
not done. Try this.
Hurricane.
slows down time a little bit when I charge that. Can you imagine if it didn't? He's sighing all over again.
Magic is there! Holy land! Radiant here! Heaven and earth!
Here I come!
Annihilate!
Dragon form!
Sleep now! I'll fix you up!
Howling hurricane! Raining flash! Glimmer dragon! Sword rain alpha!
Lunar corruption! I'm all stopped up!
Strike!
In here! First aid! More for the stockpile!
Ready to go!
He was alright, Zach Depp. I've seen worse.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Glimmer dragon! Take this! Death!
Thanks.
Lunar corruption!
Here I come!
I'm all stopped
Dragon
up!
form!
Yep, we're definitely doing a non-lethal playthrough.
Moving back!
Without a trace! Here's a healing
Dragon swarm!
It's weakened!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Honestly, I'm with Bragwood on that. Like, the bat credit card is at least funny, you know what I mean? The bat nipples is just ridiculous on every level.
Just getting started!
Damn! We'll move out of that one. We did buy a bunch of these.
Magic
Freaking does it!
A chain between
Can't move!
a wailing
That lined up interestingly.
I can carve through! I'm on a roll now! Dragon form! Dance! Freaking does it! Sword rain alpha! Talon hurricane! Dragon form! Shion!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Yeah, holy crap, an actually decent fight. I'm a little surprised by that.
Now it's just her! Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit.
Man's got a point.
I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
I don't agree with everything she just said, but I will give her credit for having a decent amount of brain havery there. A recurring trend in this game, I might add. Don't be surprised. It's pretty high, Triaxia. Which just makes the repetition and the nonsense even more irritating. I swear to God, what it actually feels like, and I mean this, is imagine someone writes a book, okay? So here's the book. It's really good. And they're like, wait! The book isn't long enough. So they just start adding pages throughout the book, here and here, that are just them repeating the stuff they've already talked about. So as the actual reader is going through the book, what they see is, oh wow, they're super smart. Oh wait, they're super dumb. Oh wait, they're super smart. Oh wait. And it's just yo-yoing. I wonder if we have to go to the Forbidden Zone yet.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
It says you need to go to the Forbidden Zone.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
I like how we're literally just getting the echo here at this point. Uh-oh. You know it's serious. Because it's weird and gross looking.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
I was always the one-winged angel.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
It's a vision of an apocalypse. How bad does it need to be?
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
I have a random thought. So, picture a meeting room. Everyone's there, frayed, sick. Half the people aren't actually physically there. They're just there on like a voice call, or they've got Zoom call up. And it's like, all right, everyone. We need to really polish up and wrap up our final act, okay? Okay, well, what do we need? Well, we've got all this exposition we need to dump out from the real plot that's going on. Okay. Well, we could try to do the original plan, which was to weave it throughout the narrative and have it be exposited upon bit by bit naturally. No, we don't have time for that, remember? We got a ship next month. Oh, yeah. I've got it! The planet's ghost. The life stream. You ever see FF7? The life stream tells them all this stuff. Oh, I love it. Great idea. Let's do it. Someone else says, isn't that just the echo from FF14? Shut up. I don't want to hear about that game. Now let's make it so the game takes control away from the player and forces them to walk to make it take more time, so it feels like it's a longer game.
We might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. I have to be ready to face anything. But whatever happens, I'm determined to...
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Let's go. I like that. Point of no return, except I can save after it. Without, anyways, whatever. This is it. The final battle. It's not going to be the final battle. There's no way.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Ferengi are in every room. Every meeting, I mean.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
That's a good question, Traxi. I'm not sure.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273, Alphen.
Why is that a surprise?
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
We knew this. This is not a revelation to him, them, or us.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Yeah, duh. We knew that one too.
But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Alright, I gotta share something.
This is where Alphen
I was looking up some voice acting things. Ray Chase voices the King Owl. Something about that amuses me.
Came the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Master cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of the 6 elements. 5 of those with these elements are loaned to the Renin Lords at time of the Crown Contest. Only the Dark Core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Renis Alma is ready to be reformed, its existence maintained as a top secret. Underneath the Master Core's spherical outer layer is a force field crystal, utilized for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each Lord competes in the Crown Contest to amass their allotted type of energy. In the event of an emergency, each Lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum number 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that active Master Cores may resonate with other Master Cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, Master Cores will cease to be deployed and the Crown Contest will be permanently halted. Spirit Cores are in-terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted into the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within a range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purposes of the Crown Contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to imposed host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. We want to work you almost to death, but not quite. Not quite to death. Lenegis is a large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is activated by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma within the central core of Lenegis. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residential zones around a large conduit, along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as the stabilizing mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Dana. Warning: any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from classified zone. Any violators will be executed. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony, it serves as the tip of Lenegis' conduit from which it separates. Upon landing in Danan waters, it extends two sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. This accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel required for it to function. Addendum number 1. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Addendum 2. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Sedative Mask is a device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a large number of adverse side effects. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. That's his helmet. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. This system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority, while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test Subject 10105 serves as the realm's current Lord and has achieved this without the use of special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness of population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be the key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves. Soldiers in Lenegis who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. Results will be monitored. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority, as well as one of the 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables, such as age, have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Core's powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. The following is a report on the second successful case of a sovereign test subject experimentation. Subject 10105, Volrun. Although a subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risks it poses surpasses even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject will be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Danon subject serves as the base for its creation. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, poses a high risk to the security of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put into place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum number 1. No effective alternative methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Danid subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The Maiden acts as the Sovereign support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renus Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for maintaining an astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact level stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and returned to its original household. See you around, Anapathetic, even though you probably can't hear this. Monitoring table that can also kill the subject it's monitoring if need be. That makes sense.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
That's a good point. If we just kill everyone, he won't be able to hurt him anymore. It's not a terrible idea. Time to go kill a malevolent force with friendship. Oh, this looks familiar.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony.
Well, let's do it again. Kill everyone.
This is where the Renaissance was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
Hey, we never did that.
The Renaissance isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to stop being so awesome for 5 seconds.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, My visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
Naori's log, stardate 334128.7.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony, the purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Elfin's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alfin lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alfin, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
True, you can't just argue with a memory. Or a message, I suppose would be a better way to put that.
Naori. That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
Hey, new costumes. And they're only $5 each.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden. knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a maiden in Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
Well, she's dead.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Hold up. She has a lot of hair.
Game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Like, that braid is not all her hair. There's no way.
Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live! a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Well, I guess I'll use that sword since, you know, it's a huge upgrade. Why not, right? New artwork too. Interesting spread. I like the balance. We're the vertical, and then we've got the line of the kids, and then the line of the adults.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Might be because I have blur turned off, Pajama Day. Because I don't like blur. I'll take pixelization over blur, put simply.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
The final
We'll
battle.
find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Definitely maintaining the vibe of the final dungeon here. Which this definitely is. Wink. I still don't think it is, by the way. I still think that we're actually not at the final dungeon. Which is a damn shame, because if this was actually it, this would probably line up really nicely for the schedule.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
All once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Robots, clones, illusions.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Oh, it's a boss fight. Okay, yeah.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Talon Hurricane!
Leave the charges to me!
Came between heaven and earth. Annihilation! A wailing beauty annihilation here!
I'm just getting
More
started!
for the stockpile! Radiant blood!
Rip and tear!
You're finished!
Radiant came between heaven and earth! Damn it!
Raining
I just noticed their HP bar, too.
Now you see what I can do!
Radiant here!
Dragon Storm!
Annihilation!
God damn it.
Back with go get it!
You're finished!
Illuminate all the power of my healing art to accomplish it! Holy land!
Here I come!
Came between heaven and earth! A wailing beauty!
Watch this!
Really? Really? You asshole. You saw that, right? Oh, he's charging up his attack. Alright, every single one of us teleport to the far end of the arena, so make sure he hits none of us with that. Oh, you dicks. We're gonna make one more attempt at that. Just the one. We're gonna make one more attempt at that.
Come forth, holy glimmer! Here, let me help.
Do some kind of damage here.
Take this! All finish you here and now! Eat dirt! By the power here I come! Out of range! This way! Confiscated! Here's
Now
the
you
healing
see what I
arm.
can do!
Dragon form! Photon
Whirlwind snap!
Running shot! Death bomb! Hurricane! Dragon form! Illuminate the sun! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Attain between heaven and earth! A wailing fancy of lightning! Eagle of rain! Talon storm! Sealed! I'll be saving this one!
Here I come! I'm on it! Strike!
Searing flame! Here goes! Watch and more where that came from! Photon
It's on! Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Dragon form! Attain between heaven and
No
earth!
further!
A
What's
wailing
this?
fancy of
Shattering
lightning!
the pieces! Attack time!
Sword Rain Alpha!
You're finished!
Dragon form!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I mean, they're an interesting concept. Exceptionally inhuman. They're robot-like. Kind of ties in with how the logs were earlier, you know?
Here, let me help. First aid
away!
field.
Dragon shell!
I'll be saving this one.
New escape! Eagle assault!
One more.
Talon storm!
Mega
Away!
ray. Photon flame. More where that came from. Searing flame. Oh, it's between heaven and earth. A wailing fancy of light in here. I'll be saving this one.
Prepare to be seen!
Will this help?
New escape!
Photon healing circle.
Thanks!
Now, I'll cover you.
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I'll cover you. Recover. Thanks.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
I'm not sure they understand the concept.
Think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
Just kill them. Or don't. That's cool.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Why are you still in this game?
Damn it! He's awake! I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Why haven't we grabbed the thing yet?
Going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us.
Would you please grab the legendary artifact we need that's just floating right there?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Dumb question.
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Man, I'm sure glad. I was about to say, sure glad we didn't stop him.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Renna this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Man, sure good thing we never actually took that thing and just let this happen. That's... oh, I'm so happy about that.
It's too late. Can't stay.
Alright. So who's ready for the last dungeon? Well, we have to fight the final boss, Bob. God, I don't even like Xenos, but budget Xenos? This is whatever. We're kind of time limited here. Can we not be dramatic for once? I actually expected to drop her for just a second. Oh, he's still in the scene. Whoever he is. You can stop holding her now. There you
go. But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Oh my god. Really?
Let's go.
Her hesitation makes sense.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
He really is.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
If you remember, Mr. Needs to Kill was also in the final dungeon of Vesperia, excuse me, second to final dungeon of Vesperia, for no good reason. Like, he kept being relevant to the story because, hey, he's a violent psychopath, and that's really popular in these games for some reason.
Boran, have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Let's spend 7 hours discussing
Could they be
it.
the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Yeah, it is.
Whatever's stolen from us,
Thanks for calling
we'll
out.
steal it back.
The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way.
We don't need a speech right now. Let's go.
We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
Probably Terra. For good and for ill.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion?
I got one better that's more
Ever
terrifying.
seen anything like that before?
This game probably has another 10 hours in it.
Never. However,
Not counting
they're
optional
the
content.
same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron. I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena. And Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Are we done? Okay. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting rather snarky. But this is just, like, I want you to imagine a cake or like a flan or some kind of dessert. And it's not being properly kept and it wasn't properly built. And so you're just watching what looked like an ordinary cake that's just falling apart. And like the upper level falls into the middle tier of the cake. And that causes it to cave in, which causes this part to kind of spear over here. And it's just turning into this giant pile of bread and icing. And that's what this feels like going through. If this game had ended with the Volron thing, that would have been okay. If it had ended just now, that would have been okay. But for some reason, it's just kind of all over the place. And I don't even know how to properly vocalize this. The only question is how many negatives this entire lengthy, extended sequence is going to get. And yet, you're absolutely right. This is pretty much the exact same problem. Let me guess, we can't teleport. Of course we can't! This is the exact same problem we had in Tales of Vesperia. Some of you may or may not remember, but I did overall like Vesperia up to a point. Like, I know the final net score was a net 0, which isn't exactly, you know, a positive, but I was actually enjoying it up into a point. And then I hit that point, and then it just started getting worse by, like, the second. Okay, second's an exaggeration. Maybe like a minute. I should rephrase that sentence. I was enjoying the narrative of Tales of Vesperia up to a point. Yeah, like at this point, the goal is to avoid the story getting worse by the minute, which... Ooh, here we are. I mean, I think we've established, Pajama Day, that you and I basically like opposites of games, which is very common. when it comes to my viewers and myself. Hi, Evo, speaking of which. Next thing you're going to tell me that you think Dark Souls is one of the best games ever made, and you absolutely hate Super Mario Odyssey. Oh, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? I'm gonna take an AFK right here. Go fight. I'm just...
I won't forgive you! Dragon! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy cliff! Holy land!
A chain between heaven and earth. How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Watch it!
Illuminate the dark! A chain between heaven and earth.
Swallow this! Now
Too fast! Stand back!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy cliff! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
I'm on it! Dragon!
Hit!
Swallow damn!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy cliff! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! Seal!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that!
See, what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Light after energy! Where that came from!
Talon Storm!
Holy land!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glitter! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! In here! More for the stockpile!
First strike!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy land!
Big blast!
Lightning!
Dragon shout!
Sealed! I'll be saving this one!
Eat this! Radiant! I'll run you through!
Illuminate the dark!
To the fray.
Come forth! Holy land!
Talon Hurricane!
Annihilation!
Now I'm in the groove!
Annihilation! More where that came from!
I'm on
Lunar corruption!
There's always room for improvement.
By the way, as a fresh reminder, that is 3 times they've pulled this trick of forcing you to walk out of a dungeon, and 2 times they forced us to fight our way back out. So I was thinking about this. I got up, stretched, splashed some water in my face, make myself feel a little cleaner. Hold on. Yep, so, anyways, as I was trying to say, and, it occurs to me that most JRPGs have this problem, in my opinion. Now, you're probably thinking, well, but Laura, you love the Final Fantasy series, and don't take this as an attempt to defend myself, because I don't need to defend my opinions. But just something that was crossing my mind. How many Final Fantasy games have a good outro? In my opinion, we've got 5, 6, 8.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade. No.
10's outro was garbage. Absolutely not. Terrible last dungeon, awful final boss sequence. Also, probably worth noting that the narrative just kind of stalls at a certain point in 10, effectively for no reason other than to allow you to go do side quests, even when it's really a terrible time to do it in lore. 4's outro is probably the most okay of the other ones. The last dungeon is at least interesting and very lucrative, and I love the ideas of optional bosses hiding super weapons, like the super gear, you know? But yeah, you get my point. Most FFs, most JRPGs in general, have that thing where they just start falling apart towards the end of the game. How many of you like Final Fantasy XII? How many of you distinctly remember FF12's outro? Going up the Pharos? Bahamut? The dumb last boss? I say that as bluntly as I possibly can. It's a very common problem. Oh, don't mistake me, I enjoy FF12. I do. But that outro sucks. Hell, even narratively, it just sort of kind of stops rather than actually resolves. I should probably be getting experience. I'm already too far behind the orange line. I'm not sure about the Trails of games since I've only actually played 2 of them and I only remember 1 of them. You're right, Evo. It's rather common. It's just, I think, percentage-wise, it's more common amongst RPGs. Now, Chrono Trigger had a good outro. Let's think about this for a second. Chrono Trigger had a good outro. I'm not just sitting here silently. I'm running through JRPGs in my head, trying to think of ones where a really good outro exists.
Don't get complacent.
And I'm just running through franchises in my head. Like, even the Dragon Quests tend to be just kind of whatever. I'm backtracking. What is a good outro? It's a good question, Kendo thinks. I would say it's an outro that's good. And that sounds like I'm being snarky and being facetious, but it is neither thing. I mean it with total sincerity. The outro, a good outro is an outro that's good. It's got good gameplay, and it's got good story. It has good moments, good scenes, good visual presentation, probably good music, good conclusory status of previous things, you know? Like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest has a surprisingly solid outro. It's probably one of the best parts of the whole game. A banger soundtrack with a relatively short, but nevertheless very tightly designed dungeon, with some reasonably good, well-designed boss fights leading up to a relatively satisfactory conclusion. Now that's kind of on the basic end of things, but it's still true. A lot of Mega Man games have really good outros. Dr. Wily's stages are usually top-notch. That's one of the things that makes a Mega Man game is the Wily stages have to be legit, right? I actually thought about Breath of Fire 3. Actually, the first thing I thought about was Breath of Fire 2. Not that it was a good outro, but that it's one of the worst ones I've ever seen in my life. And then I was thinking, well, what about BoF 1? No. What about BoF 3? No. And I, of course, still haven't played BoF 4. Xenogears? You know what Xenogears' outro is like. Or if you don't, I'm not going to spoil it for you. You get my point. It's really, really common. And it's weird how few the exceptions are. Oh shoot, I meant, oh, whatever. They're gonna be quiet.
When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
Hi, Faria.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
I can't adjust the volume, can I? No, of course I can't.
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
It's my fault, Evo. And I just can't fix it.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
God damn it.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow remnants of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elderman and Seal.
It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter. Things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together.
Okay, you know what? What? It was just a cutscene saying the same goddamn thing we already knew it was gonna say, okay? Now, Excuse me, I'm gonna fix the audio problem, which is... I'd say it's my fault, but I actually kind of disagree with that in hindsight. Let's put that around there.
There! You're finished!
And that up there.
Like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
There you go. Law also was involved. There you go. There's your cutscene. I still can't fast travel! Why? Why? What possible benefit? Oh my good gravy loving God. Okay, so hang on. So I want to go there. Okay. What the hell was I talking? God, I've lost my train of thought completely. Right. Games that fall apart at the end. I had a good example and it's gone now. Persona 5 Royal. I know that that's going to sound strange coming from me, but I do think Persona 5 Royal had a good outro. And I want to stress that because Persona 5 Vanilla had a terrible outro. An awful dungeon with an awful final boss and a narrative that completely destroyed all of the quality and goodness of the entire rest of the game. But Royals was legit. So there you go. There's another exception. If Tactics' outro is actually really bad. I don't know if you've seen the Final Fantasy Proper Remake lore run, but I never even realized how bad that outro got until I was doing the lore run, and it just was unfolding in front of me. You know what I mean? I'm just watching it like, oh God, this was a great story. What's happening? And never mind how bad the missions get. They're not the worst missions in that game.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
The voice acting has been fantastic, in all sincerity. I have been very positive towards the voice acting. Good direction, good voicing, good emphasis, good pausing, just good. Real quick, someone asked about Mass Effect Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda's ending, its outro, which of course is a bundle of content, is probably one of the better aspects of that game, ironically, but it's still not what I would call great. The last dungeon is okay. The last boss is an actual boss fight, one of 2 in that entire game. So that's better than, a lot of the other dreck we slog through. But the ending ends on a very, very severe to be continued, which kind of pulls the whole thing down a bit. It's kind of the inverse of Final Fantasy Tactics. The final few cutscenes and the whole thing with Delete is pretty legit, but the missions leading up to that, and of course the final few cutscenes leading up to that are just kind of, what? I would agree with the Yakuza games. Mass Effect 2 has a strange outro, because gameplay-wise, Mass Effect 2's outro is fantastic, and I mean that with sincerity. It's a good last dungeon, And the whole choices thing is a fantastic way to design a last dungeon. In fact, to be completely blunt, I'm amazed more games haven't tried to emulate that concept. How you progress through the dungeon based on your choices, and your choices prior to the actual last dungeon too. That's an awesome idea. Hell yeah. The actual ending, all 30 seconds of it, is vacuous at best. So, once again, we have a bit of a mixed outro. Then we have something like, say, Shadow Hearts, which I've never played. I also do want to mention Kingdom Hearts. Most Kingdom Hearts games actually have pretty legit outros overall. Good fights, good dungeons, good encounters, and good story. But that's because Kingdom Hearts games are very, very consistently put the overwhelming majority of the quality at the very beginning of the game and at the very end of the game. This is a very common Kingdom... In fact, I actually call this Kingdom Hearts syndrome. Because a game that does this just has this big vacuous gap of nothing in the middle of two excellent parts of the game. And it's problematic. But at least the intro and the outro tend to be legit there. There's one other one I was going to bring up. Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry kind of bounces around in terms of quality. I would say one of the few Devil May Crys that has a definitively good outro, in my opinion, is 5. The only other one I would say is in qualification for me would be 3's.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
We could make it one. Zelda games in general tend to have good outros. Ironically, so do Mario games, while we're on that kind of a subject. I mentioned Mega Man earlier. It's a similar concept. When your game is kind of structured, like those types of games, platformers or adventure games or whatever, you kind of need to stick the landing. It's very important. It also helps that a lot of those games are designed in reverse. We talked about this during the Mario run and some of the Zelda stuff we've covered. In several cases, they'll literally design the outro first and really pour themselves into it, and then kind of work backwards or work, forwards or however, but really put a lot of time and attention into that outro. And it shows in most cases. Metroids vary, but I would say several Metroids have good outros. Super Metroid has a fantastic outro. I would also say that Metroid Prime 1 has a great outro. And I know this is controversial, but I'd also say Samus Returns, that's the 3DS remake, also has a great outro.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Whatever, I wasn't saying anything important. No, we have not... Okay, so, spoilers. I decided to look up how many more bosses are after this point.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I'm sorry, Mike Romano. I held up 4 fingers. We have 4 more bosses to go before we're done. Yeah, there's no way in hell we'll beat the game today. Not even a chance. Even if I start skipping cutscenes, which I'm not going to do, or started cheating, which I'm not going to do, it's just, no. That honestly sucks. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. Not because of the fact that it's too long. We've talked about this so many times. The length doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that I was ready for this game to be done Saturday. Yes, get whatever juvenile jokes you need to out of the way. I hear it every time I bring up the length thing, and I don't care. This game is too long. Most games are too long. Yeah, the content has been very stretched thin. What do you think? Fire damage? Or just straight damage? I mean, we could do that. Not a bad spread right there, actually. Oh, there we go. Fire damage and attack. That looks like that's worthwhile. And CP cost reduced isn't great for him. In fact, it's useless for him. But that means I can only push it to 4. Yeah, let's do that. By the way, you know how I was talking about defending myself and me rushing a game doesn't change the review and blah, blah, blah? And that's just how I play. And if you ever wonder why I get so defensive about that, the frequency of comments I get about that is very high. And it's always about games that are beloved games that I don't like as much as they do. I've noticed that little trend. To give you an idea of what I mean by that, I literally have had one of those comments today. Like during the lunch break. I got a fresh comment about that. It's gotta be it. Alright, whatever. Sufficient. Yeah, I don't mean to sound dismissive, but I've started to think that I'm wearing the wrong bangle. There it is. I'm starting to think that the real problem is that just some people don't like the fact that I don't love their favorite games. To put that as absolutely bluntly and insultingly as I possibly can. I think that's really all that is. And I think that if people were a little bit more honest about that, it would probably bother me more. Or less, excuse me. Instead of just being like, you know, War, you suck. It's like, but okay.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
You know, if I could be completely honest with you, Ross, I'm probably going to like Lufia too. But I have no power over that. I don't get to decide to like or dislike Lufia too. You know what I mean? That's on the game. Aren't you glad it's forcing us to run back through this area? Isn't this worthwhile gameplay, excuse me? I'm probably gonna like Lufia too, dude. I haven't played it since, you know, high school. I'll be honest about that. But I liked it quite a bit back then. Depressed the crap out of me, but that's neither here nor there. Now, Lufia 1, we'll see, you know. Okay, that's the exact same dialogue it was last time. Why do you have the dialogue bubble? Yeah, we'll see on Lufia 1. I don't have a lot of expectations walking into that one. We'll see. The only thing I remember distinctly about Lufia 1 is a quote, which I've shared with Savacom regarding there too. Which I will not share on camera because it's a huge spoiler, but you know the quote. God damn it. The other thing that irritates me just a little bit is every now and again someone accuses me of just trying to be negative for the sake of views or for the sake of, I don't know, memeing or being a, what do you call that? Hipster, that's it. You know, contradictory stuff. And that always irritates me a bit because it's one of the most dismissive and insulting things you could say to someone about their opinion. Now, in the interest of fairness, I have known people who are absolutely saying things like that to be memeing and a hipster and to be contradictory. So I get why some people would think that, but it's really insulting to be like, oh yeah, you only don't like this fabulously popular game because you're just trying to generate clicks. Anybody who thinks that has not seen my viewers figures. Like ever. Thank you, TSB. I do appreciate you. I gotta remind myself, it's so easy to get mired into negativity for me. Probably because, you know, I wish I was dead. But I do gotta remind myself that I do still have an awesome job and some awesome people to share it with. So thank you, TSB, for reminding me of that. And all of y'all, really. So, y'all rock. And I will put that towards Dealer's Choice, TSB. Thank you. Yeah, I was surprised Earthbound didn't get the sushi tag. Of course, we had really bad luck on that run. Just the worst RNG I have ever seen. And I've replayed Earthbound many times. Good God. Thank you, Command & Conquer. I always appreciate you. And if you want to put that towards something in particular, like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, please let me know. He was, Ross! It was insanity! It's just, bad luck protection's a thing, game. But no, I'm kind of with Pajama Day too. That's why I brought up the people think I'm just being negative to be negative thing. I don't want to be negative about games. Or, and this ties into what I just told Ross about Lufia 2, I don't want the games to be something I'm going to be negative about. Because again, that's not really on me. That's not really my decision how good or bad a game is. Fallout New Vegas, you got it. Fall Nights, that's what they called it. And no, Savacom.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
Wait, we are?
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet.
Stop repeating stuff we already know.
The Red Woman and the Renasalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Well, that's interesting. Oh, we're dead. Okay, well, that's cool. I guess that's our 4 bosses. In one cutscene. We've been Del Taco'd. We are now in the nether dimension.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
So fix it.
What's that?
God
The
damn it,
ship's
Alex.
controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Damn
Are
those
they
red
trying
women.
to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
It's something that requires a pre-rendered cutscene. What? Okay. So the final boss is the other planet. don't think they're trying to rebuild it. I think they're just hungry. They've already talked about how the sentient life of the astral energy isn't truly sentient. It's just intelligent.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
No, they're all dead.
We can only pray that they are.
Dead. That they are dead.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The beeping is in-game, yes.
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
Well, we'll die of starvation eventually.
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
He's just got space madness, don't worry about him.
There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
I like that reveal of Rena. Just being... I mean, we already kind of got the hint that Rena was smashed or empty or devoid, but I didn't figure that it was literally vacuous. I mean, kinda, that is kind of my theory, Kira White Noise, yeah.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Yeah, we're on the clock. Let's go. I don't mean in real life. I mean, our planet's being ripped dry right now. Let's go.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
What?
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
Yeah, look up skin hunger.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down?
even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that.
Oh yeah, she's dead.
Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug.
Look at Hoodle.
You'll see. I promise.
Hoodle's already offering the hug.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Thanks, Mom. I don't remember the question. I'm sorry, Tara. Not off the top of my head. Savicom, you mentioned them not being related. No, it's actually much better than that. Instead of us being related, our ex-girlfriend is her ancestor. Or descendant, or whatever. You know what I mean. Great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Oh my god, 5 feet.
Can't get over what
5 feet.
happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
That was me.
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
But wait! Let's have a cutscene first. And no, Tara.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Okay. He looks a lot like Cecil right now, doesn't he? Except, that's not true. He looks better than Cecil, because Cecil, if you've ever seen his artwork or him in Dissidia, looks terrible. What? Have you seen that armor? Jeez Louise. Yeah. Now we gotta go to the moon to defeat an ancient evil that hates us and wants to kill us all in order to claim our planet. Oh god. Okay, I said that as a joke, but now that I think about it.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
I mean, I can name like 20 that it doesn't
look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way.
Oh, the scan.
Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time.
That's Claude.
Not our true form.
Claude's voice actor.
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan.
Because I looked it up,
As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renis Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I mean, it's probably the final boss.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Aren't we on the clock right now?
Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay. Sure. Also, Alex, I hate you because you're probably right. It's okay, it's okay. There's a spirit which is a slave to its hunger, which enslaved its inhabitants, who enslaved the Renans, who enslaved the Danans. Yeah, I think I got that right. Oh my god.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, The conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it.
I mean, it certainly
How about you,
did.
Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Are we done repeating everything we literally just heard? It's at the point where I'm playing FF1 on my phone just to pass the time. Come on, people! My time may be eternal, but my patience is not. That's pretty, actually. What's really funny is that looks far away, but actually anybody who knows anything about astronomy or just interstellar anything knows that we are practically right next door to those planets to be that close to them. Like, I'm pretty sure that's closer than we are from our own moon, for perspective. Still, it would make sense that this is as far out as we need to be to escape their will, their reach of influence. I wasn't even going to talk about that, Mike Kamano, because that's a whole other problem. The exposition zone. No! God, no! Please. Take him to Detroit. Ah! That's me right now.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Hi, Patrick Size.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can.
I'm not a
But
Renan.
be quick.
I'm a slave.
Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He
Good
must
night,
have meant
Pajama Day.
Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
I've complained about this before. It's actually the origination of the concept of empty text. I'm all for fleshing out a game, adding cutscenes and dialogue and perspectives, all that cool stuff. But it has to be used well, or used properly. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect amazo. You know, I'm not that exacting. But at the very least, the ideal should always be make it so that every scene serves a valid and relative purpose, right? It's either there to tell something you already showed, or it's there to indicate how characters reacting to something, or maybe a little bit of showcasing, or maybe a little of development of what's going on, or the plot, or maybe the background, or maybe the world building, or maybe the place where you're at right now, or whatever, something, right? Themes being showcased, etc. But I noticed, and I am absolutely going to point to the PlayStation 1 era, because that's when that really started, this recurring endemic trend of having cutscenes that just repeat information over and over and over. There's no, I think we should go that way. And then they go that way. That kind of a scene doesn't happen in is less common nowadays. Because nowadays what'll happen is, I've been thinking about where we should go next. That's a good point. If you think about it, we definitely need to select a destination. But what destination could we select? I'm thinking, well, we saw that giant explosion happen over there, didn't we? That's right, there was a giant explosion over there. What should we do about that giant explosion? Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think the giant explosion might be connected to what we're on about. That's a good point. Maybe we should go over in the direction of the giant explosion. All right, it's not like we have any other ideas anyways. Should we go for the giant explosion? Yep, no, yep, right, yes, sure, okay. All right. Oh, and also, because of course there's a cat in the party. Very well. Let's go in the direction of the explosion. And then they go in the direction of the explosion. But hang on, because when they're either on the way there, when they get there, or both, there's another cutscene. I just wish we knew what we were going to find at the location of this explosion. Well, I mean, it could be anything, right? Yeah, natural explosions happen all the time. It's normal. You know, he's got a point. I think we should be cautious when we approach the site of this gigantic explosion. Good idea. Why don't we go ahead and make sure we're careful? Remember, we don't know what we're going to face there. So I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not even being facetious for the sake of a gag. This is what's happening in this game we're playing right now. And this has been happening. I can actually point to the first game I saw do this. It was Xenogears. It was the first game I saw pull this kind of cutscene slathering. I don't know what else to call it. You got a sandwich, and you got some mustard. You put a little mustard on it. That's good. It helps accent the flavor of the sandwich. You slather mustard over it, you've ruined the sandwich. They are insert whatever condiment you want. They are slathering these cutscenes, and it's aggravating me. Okay, rant off. Actually, hang on, let me write something down really quick, too. So let's talk to people.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Sloppy Joes.
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
And now I'm out of water.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
That explains that.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright.
After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd
I
be
love the
best to
different,
simply stay
clearly
here and
different
watch everything
recording
unfold
sessions
instead.
that go into this woman's voice acting.
Things are going just fine with the
Listen
Overseer.
to that.
Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Like, that's actually been happening the whole game, but it's the kind of stuff that I imagine most people wouldn't notice. I notice that stuff because I do voice acting, voice directing, and audio editing, like, regularly. I did that this morning, for God's sakes. But that was pretty overt.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Lore shock.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Lore shock. God, we called that days ago.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait,
Yeah.
that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Okay, credit where credit is due. Having your big plot
really
points...
expect us to believe that
Hold
Renans
up.
never...
Having your big plot points covered by someone who thinks they're just banal, normal things. So it's like, it'd be like, well, yes, cars run on gasoline. Of course they do. Like, it's just so normal, right? yeah, I usually go to bed on a bed. I don't actually sleep on the couch. And they're like, oh my God, you sleep on a bed? And that's pretty much the equivalent of what they're coming from here. It's like, yeah, of course I do. What's the alternative here exactly?
Truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
And let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Actually, we probably are all revelationed out at this point. We know who are the final bosses. We know what's going on with the Renans and the planet, and that's probably everything.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Credit to Kasara for once
Like
again.
the whole world has been
catching
turned
that.
upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danas.
This is literally a repetitive scene.
Plus, the reason
This is literally a repeat scene.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women,
that
the Helganquil
God!
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevric 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevric 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No.
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Well, you heard him. We've decided not to quit the game. Which is the alternative at that point, so I'm not sure why that even... Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Just... Ah! Alright.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danon mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danons again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danons probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Unless we kill him.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else.
You can
So I was
change.
thinking maybe...
I can change. And everybody can change. We're all gonna change. Someone get that reference, please.
Yeah, I don't know. I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Hevric 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Yeah, they've literally already told us that Rena is hungry. Hell, I called that the moment I saw the vacuous planet. And yeah, Rocky 4. Good catch. I actually remember liking Rocky 4. It's cheesy as hell. And it's honestly kind of stupid. But in a good way.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danons and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
Why?
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But At the same time, I realize that not every Danon is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danons have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danons, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Oh my god. That entire... Look, I like you, Kisara. Not for that reason. But that entire cutscene has no reason to exist. Everything you just said is stuff you've covered multiple times prior to now. Also, it's always been portrayed that the Danon and Renan thing was being portrayed as a race thing and not a species thing. The fact that it is a race thing shouldn't be some big shock, because it doesn't change anything. They're still altered, they are still different, they are still a different people. It doesn't actually... Okay, I'm okay. You know what?
I still can't believe it, man.
What?
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the...
Did you forget what happened?
It was real.
Yeah. Law.
I was too worried about repeat. That was no way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending... If I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
That's actually good advice, although Mordin said it better in Mass Effect 2.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. I'll fight to protect the people.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna start reading at my pace a little bit if this is just gonna keep repeating itself and wasting my time.
I apologize.
You mean hearing the...
Indeed.
Even I'm...
Let's not delude... I can only imagine that you must have...
That's just part...
to say the least.
When you say the other...
Correct. Even putting aside the untold...
So, I guess you're only...
And at the same time, there is... And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia.
Menancia's, there had been backlash over...
But things can still change if you...
Indeed. On that note...
Oh?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator, as the one and only Blazing Sword.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the...
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However... Is it too much?
No.
You're too kind.
That's some high praise, Al.
Then I'll ask once again.
You don't even need to ask.
Thank you.
Well, it's...
What about you,
To be honest, right now,
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long... I thought I'd die alone. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you. It's been going on for 300 years. It was Naori's hope. How it fell on us.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me... I don't think she...
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, she said that the first step down that path, that means forgiving other people.
Forgiving?
Yeah. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain, but if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori.
Yeah.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know.
Let's try to time it right that time. Do a little creative editing on the fly.
Is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
My God,
I am. There's a lot to
Make
think
it
about.
stop!
At the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world.
Why are you giving a speech about this?
All of existence.
This is not a speech moment.
That alone is enough to make it our
You
enemy.
idiot! You idiot! You have been... Ah! Oh my God, dude! We know! We have been watching the planet getting eaten! Which is a reminder, it's happening right now! Currently! While we're standing here giving a speech about, I think that we should go towards the explosion site. You're right! I think that over there, where they're actively murdering puppies every second, and kittens, it's a murder pile, huge murder pile. We should stop that. Are you sure we should try to stop that? Yes, I am. I think that when things are down, and when you can no longer trust those who you thought you could trust, when all you thought was part of what you were isn't anymore, and the past has converted itself into the future, you must be willing to take a stand, to rise up and save the... Oh, they're all dead. Well, whatever.
Our minds are made up.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegus, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegus is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
We're the Phantom Thieves!
I just hope worst comes to worst.
Wait, explode?
In any case...
Right.
Hi, Egg. I think this game is giving me an aneurysm. I like big speeches when they're done well, Zach. I like things, in general, when they're done well. Imagine in Mass Effect or Halo, if just every scene, they were like, "Now, I believe firmly that as the Covenant are currently massacring us left and right, upside down, front and center." Yeah, exactly like romance. I've said this so many times. People think I'm anti-romance. No, I'm anti-bad. I could summarize my entire approach to reviewing shows, movies, games, books, music by saying I am anti-bad. Now, because life is complicated, that's why we have this whole massive system to parse that out into an actual number. But that's the core element of everything.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
Got it. Aim for the brain.
To destroy that core.
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully...
What is this music, by the way?
Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
I'm kind of with
What you say
Alphen
is
there.
irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Yeah, it's called a load-bearing boss.
I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
Okay, in total contrast
But I want to make one...
to all my complaints so far, that was kind of legit. First of all, here's the plan. It'll make a big, horrible sacrifice. Response: no, piss off. We're doing it our way. I'd rather literally let them all die than go through with this nonsense. Okay, fine. But here's the consequences of doing that. They look at each other. Nobody says anything for a second. Looks back. All right, let's do it. You see what I mean when I say it feels like two separate people wrote this? Like, we have the actual plot and characters, which is legit. And then we have everything else.
Thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
I don't know, why do we ask FF10, Starscream?
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person?
Yes.
I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
So bad that I have to interrupt you.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
That will never come up again. The end. Yep. That's... You can see where that's going. I should save. Because it's been... Hang on. 2 hours since I've saved. Yeah, that, you saw me blink there. Like, that startled me for a second. That means it's been 2 hours since the Red Women boss fight. For a bit of perspective on that. We escaped, came here, and did this. Like the escape sequence, the ship being tossed out here, and then we're in this station. That's it. You already know my
Are
predictions.
you still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too.
Literally.
There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it. Now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
That's amusing, but she should have just tackle-hugged him.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Oh my god, this is the pre-final dungeon sequence, isn't it?
If everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, that's a terrible discussion of faith.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
Oh my god.
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah.
Then it has no will.
Effort 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for.
The users.
Who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Okay, so keeping the trend, we're now going to see a third romantic scene in a row.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
Yep.
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Fresh reminder, planet's being drained right in front of you while you're having this
Ages and
conversation.
ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
The puppies are being eaten as we speak.
Well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
I mean, you've been using that sword this whole game, right?
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay.
If Thanos gets a hold of you.
I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
Okay,
I remember
Kisara.
how I felt the first time you touched me.
Hmm?
My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
So, Kisara and Dohalim should have hugged. Like a big ol' just glomp hug. And the kids should have, like, held hands for a second. Probably immediately stopped. But, you know, just, But I'm actually like the fact that these two didn't do anything. It's more like, let's save that for when we're victorious. Which actually makes a degree of sense to me.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only to send down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit.
Okay, we need to get over there and stop those puppies from getting killed.
Future for both Dana
We
and
need to stop the kittens from getting killed too.
We've come this far.
We've come this far to stop these puppies from dying.
That's a promise.
Please, God, just get on with it.
We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. Time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Okay, hold up. This is gonna sound like a weird complaint, but that was a weirdly truncated ending to that scene. Like, that feels like that scene should have kept going. It's like, why do you continue to exist? End scene. What? God, this game is so confusing to me. There we go, much better. I'm going the wrong way. Damn it. Listen, Machine Dad, it's not just a phase existing. Still can't fast travel. Oh, man. We're super not finishing this tonight. You remember how 2+ hours ago I told you that I looked it up and saw that we had 4 boss fights remaining? We still have 4 boss fights remaining. So no, we're cutting off now. I'm pretty sure the HUD is updated, but let me double check that really quick. Because I did add, yep, I added a small little pile of extra negatives, which may honestly blossom out even more because this is ridiculous. It might be a boss rush, but I was supposed to cut off 8 minutes ago, so. Oh, God. I hope you've enjoyed for what it's worth. If Jaula happens, I am just gonna freaking rocket negatives into this game. But otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, for 20 more hours of this game. Because tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to see 20 more hours of this game tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we'll see 20 more hours.